Alright, I've got a question for you. How far are you in Gundam now? I kind of want to get past those big-ass bosses today. Feeling a bit better. But I gotta finish up something on here really quick, and then I'll be switching over. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, it wasn't a good idea to play that last night. A lot of other people are complaining about those bosses too, so that makes me feel a little bit better, I guess. You know I hate that stuff. I don't like it. It's not fun to me. I'm glad it doesn't bother you, but I hate that stuff. A lot of people don't like it in that game. It would be better if they just had a freaking stun bar. They're just not fun. And there's too many of them. Maybe like one or two would be better, but there's like lots of them. How's it going? I have off today because my neighbor thinks I need. I was really close to that cat. I was very close to him. He was a good kitty, and also their carpet is drying, so they can't really sit in the living room with the cats. So I'm just trying to relax. Just finish up this stuff really quick. Won't take too long, and then I'll play some Gundam. Gotta do my 2 raids for the week, because I get a guaranteed epic. Which now that the game has progressed, you can do in like 10 minutes.
こんにちは、冒険者さん。お待ちしておりました。
なんて別にどうでもいいんじゃないかしら。
Alright. That's what I wanted to do on this.
こんにちは。
So I gotta really get the other characters powered up before I can really make more progress. So the weekly box will help. And then they're giving another one if you're on the game for 10 hours. So I gotta remember to leave the game on when I leave. Whenever I go somewhere, I gotta remember to leave it on. It's like the only thing I want out of here, I think. Probably need like 50 hours or some shit for that. Yeah, 50 hours. I gotta remember when I stop streaming for the night, I gotta leave the game on. Oh, did I not put the box in there? I'm sure I did. Where did it go? I'm drawing a blank here. I'm pretty sure I just put it in there. What the fuck happened? Guess I'm still out of it. What the fuck? Where did it go? It's only another week to get another one, but I was kind of like wanting to do it now. What the hell happened to the box? It just disappeared. It's not in here. What the hell happened? I'm legit drawing. Oh, there it is. I'm like, what the hell happened? Oh, actually, it's not him that needs it, huh? I think he's good enough, actually. I think I'll give this to the Lancer. It's the best thing in here for him. He's a burn character, making him a burn character, so I have more for Noblest Code. Thinking the virtual sight glass, or that's probably the best thing to get. You know what? I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna go with that. We've got another one coming soon anyway. Let's go with that. So what am I at now? Actually, he's almost ready, isn't he? I think he is. Remember how much fame you need. Now it's just a matter of leveling all this shit up. Gotta do that at some point. But I think he's pretty much ready. So that's 3 out of 4. Alright, let's play Gundam. I'm gonna go on the Discord and see if anybody can help me. I don't want to be frustrated tonight. I just want to get past those shit hyper armor bosses. Can't find anybody? Are you kidding me? I don't like that, man. I just want to get past those shitty big fat bosses. Not wanting to deal with that. I don't find it fun. Just fighting walls of armor. Don't react to anything you're doing. Gundam Exia. Huh. I have like very limited knowledge of Gundam. I mean, I know like the basic stuff, like the Zaku's and the Ghosts and the RX-78, and then like Wing and G Gundam and like a couple others. But most of that is from the Musou game, the Dynasty Warriors Gundam games. I really only watched Wing and G Gundam. That was it. Really make me want to watch the rest.
あれがモビルアーマーハシマで天使の名を持つ人類の最悪300年前当時の人口の4分の1を殺戮した怪物そのうちの1機 AI 制御の無人機だけでそれだけの人をそれが史実なんだよ
さあどうなってるんだ団長は本部応答してくれ本部
様子がおかしいこちら鉄火団実動2番隊
隊長は連絡が取れないんだ
2番隊の隊長って秋広アルトランド君ミノ姉さん全体に呼びかけて鉄火団各位応答願いますオルガ団長三日月君秋広君繋がらないもしかしたらみんなブレイク現象でガンダムフレームもリーダーもいないんじゃこの戦い勝てっこないやれるだけのことはやらなきゃ招待長ブルーマンを排除してブルーマンの増援どこから本体の端までにはブルーマンを作り出す機能があるんだよそんなのどうやって全滅させるのよ生産速度を上回るペースで数を減らすしかない
数が多すぎる耐えろお前らなんとか分断するんだそんなこと言ったって
強制ブレイクイン初めて見るモビルスーツどこのファイルネームは MISTER/91514 動きからすると無人機あれさくらももともとそんな名前なんで初めての相手なんだけどデータ形式が似てるんだよ名前は長いからミスターにして何と似てるってガンダムラトレイヤだよあのアイコメガネハーベスのモビルスーツいたハシマルこうなったら私たちだけでも待って何かブレイクインしてくる
やはり君たちか。なるほど。
ガンダムラトレイヤーじゃあさっきのモビルスーツはやっぱり少年長標本突破して
無駄だ、小隊長。クルーマを分断できないのではな。
そんなの本体に叩きさえすればヨネさん5機のプルーマにはおやきの修理補給機能があるんだよ
その上でおやきの動力源エイハブリアクターが半永久期間だと
戦い続けることができるそれがモビルアーマー
さすがだな、小隊長君。君のデータも取っておくべきか。
そのデータ何に使うつもりなの
私にはそれを答える権限は与えられていない。
つまりやらされてるってこと誰に
考える。わかる。
そこをどきなさいモビルアーマーを追わないと
無駄なことはやめたまえ。ふん、こんなところか。とりあえず走らせてみるとしよう。
一瞬データに空想反応。まさかブレイクイン。
なるほど、ラトレイヤの量産タイプ、まだまだコキとしては力不足か。
ブレイクミッションを実験場みたいに。こんなこと繰り返したら生死のデータが壊れちゃうよ。
レディー・ユノ、君もまたイレギュラー。生死を壊せる。
ユノ姉さんを君と一緒にしないでよ。生死を壊せる。
しまった。そうか。ガンダムラトレイヤ、通称人雷。これほどとはな、招待チ。恐れるな、未来を。なるほど、まだまだ更新の余地があるな。親貴も子貴も。もう
あいつわけわかんないんだけど、このミッションで何をやってんだろう。さくら、それはあと。モビルアーマーはもう最終防衛ラインを越えたあたりだね。そんな、じゃあ来る
そんな。
この道結果弾が機能してない。
Why do they have to talk so much? Shut up, animes. You keep playing.
みんなを叩かなくちゃ。
Please. It's worse than Dynasty Warriors message like they just keep talking, talking, talking. You push start and skip. Okay, why can't I select? Why does it do that? I'm the fucking leader! What? Dude, what is with this matchmaking? I made the damn room. Why do I not have control? What the fuck is this matchmaking? If I made the damn room, I should have power to control. What kind of stupid shit is that? Just like you can't pause this game for some reason.
ポストディザスター時代の
くそ。
ジオン軍？サクのカスタム機 MS-06Z、 通称ザク2回。統合整備計画で作られたザクの最終生産型だね。
バーナード・ワイズマンだ。バーニーって呼んでくれ。
校長さん、敵の正体は不明。撃退しないとガンダムどころじゃないよ。
了解。こうなったらまとめて敵を撃破するしかない。
ここは中立コロニーでしょ。こんなに荒らされて。ブルーマには関係ないからね。クリスマスの日にこんなプレゼントだ。ルビコン作戦は12月19日でしょ。このミッションはその後の話なんだよ。今はコロニー防衛に専念して。さすがに連邦軍も迎撃に出てるね。新型ガンダムを受け取りに来たスカーレット隊だね。そりゃそうじゃない。小隊長、ワイズマン5長、負けずに頑張って。
初戦でいきなり戦場の目図なんてまっぴらごめんだからな。
ミッションに干渉。何かブレイクインしてくれ。ギャラルホルンのモビルスーツ。このポストディザスターの歴史からだよ。アリアンロット艦隊のエースジュリエットさん。
援軍か。助かった。
歴史は違うけど今はリリース女キスさんの力ありがたく借りよう。こちら地球外縁機動統制統合艦隊、月外縁機動統合艦隊アリアンロットへ支援要請します。よく1回で言えたね。お見事です。そして了解しました。
援護。
ブルーマは弾丸や燃料を食べてるの。正確には採取してるかな。おやつのモビルアーマーを補給するために食い尽くし 殺し尽くす。最悪の害虫だよ。
どんな敵か知らないがやるしかないな。ある行きたかったら逃げる。このコロニーから脱出しろ。
モビルアーマーのサブユニットプルーマの反応全て消失しました。どんな作戦でも完遂させるのが剣としての務め。ブレイク反応
Come on, just spawn the boss. Shut up. Talk so much. Just turn them off.
これがそうなんだ。
グレイズアイ
Not to say.
どうしてここに。
荒屋敷見るべき旧時代の戦闘用インターフェース、そしてエドマートンにキャラルホレンの名を汚したクランクによ手にかけた罪深き子供め。隊長だろうと何だろうと好きのない奴は死ぬんだ。貴様
まさかこれエドモントンでの戦いのデータ。ジュリエットさん、この機体は物価団に壊されて暴走してる。
荒屋敷実験用のモビルスーツ。やめんな。手積みの悪ガキもこれで終わりだ。
ゴンちゃん、これ以上はザクじゃ厳しすぎる。
ここで戦うのをやめたら自分が自分でなくなっちまう。
お嬢さんの作戦上
貴様たちの思い上がりをこの私がただ捕まってたまるか。
すごい、あの機体で食い下がってる。
ちょっと待て、戦い終わるんだ。
なぜここ。
これが荒屋敷完全なる姿。見るべきキャラルホルンのチブ、こいつは私が。
グレイズアイ、この巨体でなんて機動力。
このバケモノめ。この戦いで彼らを悔い改めさせてみせる。ここまで来て負けるわけには。我々の信じる道に悔いることも改めることもない。
ガンダムフレームなしでもいける。招待長、ゴチョたちと連携して。
クランクニーの意志にしてない貴様を。このままではクランクニーの涙も止まらない。火星支部のクランク全体に確か鉄火団の前身 CGS 襲撃の一件で死ぬ時は死ぬ。それが戦争ってもんだ。お前たちを救うつもりでいたというその慈悲深き思いがなぜ伝わらない。
彼自身誰と戦っているのか見失ってる。
Come on, just tired of this sniper armor. Stagger. Just walk through every single attack.
あなたの戦
Great
い
fun.
はもう終わっているのよ。
So annoying, man. Why does he just not stagger at anything?
私は人として
Do I ever get to
私の
combo
まま
anything in
強
this
くなって
game?
みせる。
They're just gonna have more and more hyper armor.
楽勝
Shit sucks.
ってほ
Stop
どでも
doing
ないけど
that.
なんとかやれたな。あなたの強さ
There's another
はっ
game
た
where
り
the
ではあり
combo
ません
system
で
is
したね。
pointless most of the time.
ポストディザスター時代のデー
Just
タ
decide that you arbitrarily
全て
can't
ブ
use
レイ
it.
クアウト確認。ワイズマン5丁
Come
の
on,
突撃。
shut up!
あとは
Ah,
そ
they
の
talk
数
so
で。
much.
ガンダムをやっつけ
Quiet.
てこのコロニーを守って
I
み
don't
せるぞ。
care.
ある
Skip the cutscene.
元気でいろよな。
大丈夫。
Can't you just push start and just end the mission?
あるわね。
Talking and talking and talking.
忘れないよ。
Alright, I get it.
後で
It's like a fucking full minute after you beat the boss to leave. Games don't want you to skip cutscenes anymore. Triggering. I want to actually play the game. It looks cool. Yeah, that's a stupid system, though. Like, it's a stupid system. I don't know, a lot of these niche Japanese games have really trash online. I really don't think anybody is playing this for the story. At best, absolute best, they are playing it for the fan service. For you to care about the fan service in this game, you have to watch the original show. I don't really think they need to protect me from the story or anybody else, really. The thing about this game is like, it spoils stuff about the shows. I mean, it tells you that Master Asia and Domon are gonna fight. It's like, it's cool. It's cool, but it spoils like a major plot point, so... I don't know, Xenoverse is kind of like that too. The whole thing about Xenoverse is they change the history and stuff, so it's not just doing the same thing, but like, you still have to watch it. You still have had to watched or read the show, manga. Alright, I can't get a party now for some reason. I don't want him to give me one. Try making another room. Like, none of the stuff in this game has any impact for me, because I really only watched a very minimal amount of Gundam. I'm not, like, completely, I'm not like a complete noob with this stuff, but I haven't watched much. I mean, I know the names of the characters and stuff, but I'm not, like super into it or anything. I'm just playing this because I know a small selection of the characters. I know most of them from the Gundam Musou games, actually. Wish they would bring those back. Those were good games. Although that game had the same problem that this does. When they make you fight anything larger than the normal size, the combat just sucks. Because most of the game mechanics stop working. That was definitely a problem in the last Gundam Musou game as well. Like, alright, this big guy comes out, and now you can't combo anything, and, like, you can't stagger anything, and the game feels, like, way worse just because they're on the screen. It's not like it's unique to this game. Story stuff in these games is really weird, even if you care about it. They spoil stuff, so... Master Asia betraying Domon is like a big plot point. And in this game, it kind of just happens. Like, it's not something that happens till the end. Like, I don't know how good this is as an introduction to Gundam shows. It won't give you the full story, but they are definitely straight up spoiling stuff. Why can't I find a party? There's like not anyone doing this. Has to be like one person. There's like still 4,000 people playing this. You just give me one person. You just want to actually play the game. just sitting around in queues. There's no one on. Come on, just give me a party. I want to get to the game and then find some shit hyper armor boss and stop having fun. Like, not one person playing. Are you kidding me right now? There's not one person out of 4,000 doing this. Not one. I wish the bots weren't so fucking useless. I'm tired of dumbass AI allies. I'd rather not have them at all. They suck at every game. They're stupid and they don't do damage. They're just a liability. I'd rather, like, not have them. Give me bots that actually do something. Come on, give me a party! Hate this, man. I can't ever find a game in anything I play. It's always just standing around waiting, like not actually playing the game. Why is there only one person? Give me a fucking party. This is whack, man. This is all anyone's doing.
プラグイン P 起動を確認。運用データの検証を開始する。
Incredibly designed.
ほう、出てきたな、小隊長くん。それが君のモビルスーツ。ドレスコードはクリアとしておこう。
何これ、ガンダムじゃなくてモビルアーマー？人にはドレス着ろって言っておいて自分は戦車？
主催者側の権限とでも思っていただろう。
どうしてここで急にモビルアーマーを？小隊長、はい、戦いよ。
どう戦うかね。ここまでどうしたのかね。まだまだこれからだ。
至高の巨大ビーム砲、副本ミサイル、思い切り近づった距離を離した方がいいよ。中途半端な距離は禁物よ、小隊長。
さあ、いろいろ試してみてはどうかね。こちらもデータが取れる。
それが目的なわけ？
さすが小隊長くんだが、この走行には手を焼いているようだな。
全部が硬いわけじゃないよ。接合部とか
中央部のカバーだ。攻撃を集中させて動きを止めろ。
もっと食わして。
何のことかね。慣れてきたな、小隊長くん。
攻略法も教わったしね。
何のことだ？
あなた、私たち助けたいんじゃないの？
できればだが、人格プログラムにエラーが発生中だ。
また混乱してる。小隊長さん、今のチャンスだよ。この人格の乱れ、管理。
俺の話をよく聞け、レディー・ユノ。エラー。私の人格データはどうなっている？
ハーベルだ。
未来を。プラグイン P 活動限界だ。レディー・ユノ、未来を見据える。忘れるな。
待ちなさい。もっと具体的に説明を。ユノ姉さん、フィールドデータの負荷がすごい。イリオンステーブルに戻るよ。未来は 据える
Why do I have... What the fuck is with the matchmaking in this? Like... That makes no fucking sense. Why do I get... Why does it relinquish the ability to change the level? Why does it do that? Like... I mean, every other game, like, ever made, the way it works is just... The way it works is just whoever's the leader gets to choose, and you give the leader to somebody if they need something else. But in this game, it's just like... it just randomly gets taken away from you. Like, have they ever played an online game before? It doesn't even explain why. It's just like... Some stuff about this game just makes zero sense. Like, the person who's the leader should always have control over... Should always have control over what mission is picked. It shouldn't just randomly take it away from you.
それでは
Let's see what he's
フリ
got.
ーチュートリアル始めるよ招待長さん
Why?
好きに動いてもらって OK 燃料や弾薬を気にせず演習し放題ってのはこの世界ならではの贅沢ね終わるときはメニューもチュートリアル
Doing it different from every other game, just because.
捉える
Yeah, but it's not a good system. Would be better if it just worked like literally every other game ever made. You have a leader, and then you have the party members, and you could just give the power to them as you see fit. Not randomly gets taken away from you, and then somebody chooses something you don't want, which sucks. And you can't give it back to them either, like... I don't know, the online works surprisingly well, but there's just shit about it that makes zero sense. Okay, well, clearly, nobody on the planet wants to do this mission, so I hope it's not gonna give me one of those big fuckers. So I'm just gonna turn off the game. See what happens. Hopefully, once I get past this point, there will be people playing again. I'm hoping. Here's hoping. Probably just people like no like this, and I didn't. I've been playing other stuff, and I've been busy, so that part is on me. It's not anybody's fault but mine.
ムーア同胞団がまた連邦に金を積んだか。よージョーちゃん、こんな戦場で彼氏探しかい？
いえ、そんなってどなた？ガンダム違いだけど味方だよ、ミノ姉さん。少尉、同行お願いします。
俺とセッションがしたいってか？いいぜ、ついてきな、イオ・フレミングだ。よろしく。
ブレイク現象。フルーマ。
なんだよこの作戦は。全然話が違うじゃないか。
戦どころか。
Well, when I fight those big bosses, they're a lot less frustrating in multiplayer because you know how it always works in these kinds of games. The AI never targets your partners. They only target you. Get all the aggro like all the time, and they're dumb as dirt, and they don't do damage. Those fights aren't bad at all when you're with an actual human. You're stuck with the AI. It just sucks. Which is not something that's exclusive to this game. Almost every action game that has AI partners like that. I mean, as much as I love Tails, very, very commonplace thing in Tails.
随分と静かな
Some
戦場
bosses
だ
are
ぜ。
legit easier to
新
solo
規性と思ったら
because
音楽消えてたぜ。
the AI does dumb stuff and fucks up your combo. Or they run like headfirst into attacks and get themselves killed.
いい感じだ。
Spend more time
この
healing
ままアン
them
コ
than
ールまで
actually
突っ
fighting
走
the
ろうじゃねえ
boss.
の。
I feel like AI partners is one of those things that's still very good. You know, games. Most of the time they're just a liability. You just feel like that person in your friend circle like can't do anything by themselves. Need like constant guidance
EGM くらいは変えてみる？
simple tasks.
それくらいはやって
That's
もら
what
わな
they
いと
feel
な。
like in new games.
これも好きかも。
I think we'd have better AI with how powerful
悪い情
consoles
報だ
are now, but nope.
ギャラルホルンのモビルスー
Legit
ツを見
has
た
not gotten any
ア
better.
リアンロッドの連中だと思うが近くに立
I
てこもっ
can't
て
think of too many games
イオ
where I
様
felt
の
like
ところへは行かせんぞ。
having
会
AI
場のテン
partners
ションも
to
上が
actually
ってき
pull
た
their
よう
own
だ
weight.
な。
ってことはこの先にいるのは名門クジャン家の
I guess
若
Neo
友様だ。
and Neo 2 to a
こ
degree.
いつらはここで止める。
They help at
イオ
least a
様を
little
危険
bit.
にさらすわけにはいかんのだ。
But they kind of just masked the problem in that game. It's
ザコの
mostly
相手を
just they would take aggro, which helped. You weren't like you weren't too experienced with the boss, and at least you had that. In this game, they don't seem to take aggro
大
at all.
物のご登場か。仕留めがいがありそうだ。
アリアンロッド代理官団の指揮官だもんね。そればかりかクジャン家のご当主様だよ。
抵抗するのならばこのイオククジャンが討ち取ってくれよ。イオフレミングだ。しょぼいテクニックでついてくるなら置いていくぜ。今の俺にはレギンレイスがある。
長距離狙撃タイプ。小隊長、イオ少尉、気をつけて。
どんなにモビルスーツが高性能だろうとガキはガキってことだ。余裕だな。貴様の泣きっ面が目に浮かぶようだ。マナーの悪いファンはお断りだぜ。スナイパーってのはどうにも馬が合わないんだよな。
今のところすごく合ってる気がするけど。
問題はそこじゃねえルナまずいなアリアンロッドか
抵抗するのならばこのイオククジャンが討ち取ってくれよ。部下たちの流した涙今や私の血肉と同じ。ここで引くわけにはいかんのだ。お互い背負うものってやつがあるようだな。
なんというか 部下の人たちとはまた別の迫力がある。こういうところはギャラルホルンナンバーワンかもね。
私の命だ。皆の命をつなぐ。お前も戦場に出てき。くそー、なんたる屈辱だ。遠くからこそこそ撃ってたらよかったのにな。もはやここまでだが悔いはない。クジャン家の誇りを抱いて華々しく散ろう。
散っちゃダメだって。正しい歴史に戻ってもらわないと。
この勇姿その目に刻め。向こうさんも随分と乗ってるじゃねえかおい。そろそろフィナーレだ。最後
ブレイクアウト成功。よかった。
すっきりしねえ終わり方だぜ。
でも助かりました。
Some more
イオ
money
ちゃ
out
んに。
here.
俺からも礼を言わせ
Keep
てもらう
talking
ぜ
long enough
イオ
so I
ン。
can
余計な手間
get it. Time I want them
かけ
to
させ
shut
ちまっ
up.
たな。
お前ら鉄火団がいれば
Thanks.
あのガキどもも少しは生き残れたかもしれないな。
なんだって。
あばよ兄弟。
His sub weapons kind of suck for combos because they
どっかでな。
it knocks them
生き
away.
残ったら乾杯だ。
Like you can only use it as an ender. You can't
こん
really
なもんか。お疲れ。
can't really extend with it. So I'm looking to transition to another one. But you kind of got to get money to do that. It just gave me 3,000. Not bad. This one seems pretty fun. I can only go up to like level 5 now. Oh wait. I'm probably gonna be doing critical damage. Usually how these things work. Alright, well that's a hyper armored one, so let's not do that one yet.
Rubicon 作戦。
ペガサススカーレット隊発進。
ここワイズマン5長たちと戦った頃にもね。逆に戦闘だなんて。あのブレイクミッションから6日ほど前。ルビコン作戦は今まさに行われてる。じゃあ今日サイクロプス隊は。一人を残して最後の戦いを迎えるはずなんだけど、おかしいよ。ルビコン作戦にこんな戦力を避けるわけない。ブレイク現象の影響が間違いないね。小隊長さん、新型ガンダムを探して。
民間人、民間施設への被害を出すな。
街に被害を出すな。無理です。
敵機を通りから引きずり出せ。
ジオンのモビルスーツが入り乱れてるけど、私たちが止める相手はケンプさんのみ。戦士とか同士？強襲特化の特型モビルスーツだよ。ルビコン作戦は潜入工作と密かに持ち込んだモビルスーツでの2面作戦だからね。いた！ MS18E ケンプファー。
一丁散歩に出かけるとするかい。
これが
こいつでき損ないか。
ニュータイプ専用ガンダム。いかつい体つきね。いやあれはね、戦わなければもっと。
何？無傷だと？
止めだと思ったら外部走行だったの？チョバムアーマーだよ。顔にもつけとけばいいのにね。
そう出来損ないめ。俺が始末してやる。こいつが動いてる。隊長たちはやられたのか。
正しいことなんてどこにもない。自分にできることをするだけよ。サイ クロプス隊の作戦は失敗。じゃあワイズマン5長は大丈夫、脱出してる。彼はこの後ザクに乗るんだから。そうか、前のブレイクミッションに繋がっていくのね。最後の戦いはバーニーの世だから。
スカーレット隊全滅。あ、いえ、一部隊のみ担当。
え、もしかして私たちだけ？そういうこと。ガンダムを連呼しよう。
もう手加減はしねえ。本気でやらせてもらおう。
そこ。
一気に酔いが冷めちまったぜ。
これでもまだ戦うつもり。
やるな。
やらせるか。
その程度。いけ。
これからが本当の戦いってやつだ。
ケンプさんのパイロット、この状況でも全然焦ってない。ミーシャと
Of course, only go after me.
特殊任務
Only one
団
that
に大事なんだ
matters.
もの。当然だよ。
Classic video
対
game
する
problem.
NT1 はガンダムとはいえテストパイロットのマッケンジー中尉さん。
This guy is not
無
staggering
理はしないでください。私たちがフォローします。
anything.
やらなきゃいけないの。どんなことをしてでも止めてみせる。
そろそろ遊びはおしまいにしようじゃねえか。こいつはちょっとまずいかもな。まずいな。きったやバカな。なんて威力してやる。まずいな。まずいな。なんだと当たれ。
Great job. Knocked him down. Good job.
好きだけど
That's a classic Tails scenario there.
敵の撃破を確認。
You have the boss staggered, which just like this game is easy to
これで
do.
あとはクリスマスを待つだけね。
They like to chime in and break the combo.
これ
They
で
knock
全
them
てのミ
away
ッ
or
ション
knock
は終
them
わりだよ。
down.
ブレイクアウトしよう、犬姉さん。でもワイズマン5長
This is
は
just a Tails game
高
with
いの。まさかマッケンジー注意とは。
exact same problems.
この頃に
AI is a liability.
つまりやっぱり
And
ガ
they
ンダ
like
ムは
almost never have aggro. And
Makera
then
no.
when you do stagger them, they like. That's when they like to do something.
ありがとう
They like to do something when you have them in hits done. Just to ruin your day. Feeling at home playing this.
あんたも
It pretty much
アトラ
exactly
の
like
ご飯
Tails.
どう
Exact same problems. The AI is dumb. Still only going to 6. Huh? Need more monies. Alright, time for another hyper armored fucker, so I'm definitely not doing that solo. It's gonna make me uninstall. No thanks. Please give me a party. I don't want to fucking do that. Hard pass. Wail on a HP sponge that walks through all attacks. We're not doing that. Let's try to find a party. Come on, please give me a party. Please. Come on, is there no one doing this? Thank you. Not fighting Hyper Armor McGee by myself. Dumb AI. No! Go away! What the fuck? Get out! What the fuck is with this online? Get out of the party! I finally find a party and this random newbie joins. How do I get them out? Dude, what is with this? Seriously. Get out. Why the fuck is the online so bad? I joined the mission, nobody take it away. What the fuck? Can you like not do that? Not let randoms join and just ruin the whole game? Jesus Christ. Why does it do that? It takes it away. Why are they even able to join? So frustrating. Please just join before some level 1 comes in. Ruins the whole room. Because that makes sense online. Have somebody join and just basically troll you. Waste your time. Great online experience.
なめるなよ。このビグザムは長距離ビームなぞどうということはない。道連れに一人でも多く地獄に引きずり込んでやるわ。悲しいけどこれ戦争なのよね。の、下か耐久防御。まだまだ。
Thank you for letting me skip.
アムロ少尉さん、あのモビルアーマーのところまで援護します。
了解、頼みます。スレッガー級に
Can't believe a level 1 joined and it just stops letting me play that mission.
ホワイトベース隊の
Why?
スレッガーロー注意だよ。ジオンの軽巡洋艦が地表近くまで降りてきてる。あれはムサーね。もう撤退は始まってるのに。小隊長さん、できたらでいいから撃沈して。
あの巨大モビルアーマーのビームバリアを破るには直接攻撃しかなかったんだ。
そのためになら周囲の犠牲を無駄にしないためにも
地上は禁物。
モビルスーツを発生させろ。この程度落ちる。
巨大モビルスーツ、強力な磁界を発生させています。
ミサイルだ。ミサイルで攻撃しろ。
この残骸連邦のボール。
けれがいいコッパども。このビグザムがそこらのモビルアーマーやモビルスーツと違うところを見せてやる。
こいつがスレッガー注意よ。
ガンダムか。
モビルスーツ隊へ、こちらホワイトベース隊。残存戦力を集中させてください。ソロモンに残された最大戦力がこのビグザム。倒せればこの攻防戦に勝てるよ。
やられはせんぞ。やられはせんぞ。貴様らごときにやられはせん。こうも簡単 単にソロモンが落ちるとはな。消え去れ。
この程度まだやれるぞ。
沈め。
なんて攻撃力。
やっぱりただ大きいだけのモビルアーマーじゃなかった。
見たか、ビッグザムが量産の暁。
Wow, these bosses are trash.
あっという間に叩いてみせるわ。
重力が重量なんてできるの？最終目的は南米ジャブロへの降下だからね。あ、そうだ、アプサラスも同じ。
僕は自分のできることをやるだけだ。
Oh, you die, so get back to the regular bosses.
問題ない。
落ちるない。
So much fucking health.
抜け。
Of course. Big huge thing can still like teleport across
私
the
は
screen.
軍人だ。ザビ家の伝統をつける軍人だ。
Hate these bosses.
さすがドズルザビ中将さん。簡単にはつかないね。
Like the worst Tails bosses.
僕たちが戦っている敵。
そして我が妻ゼナ。
Crap
そ
was
してミ
working
ネ
in
バの
reverse.
ためにも決して負けるわけにはいかんのだ。
ミネバってお子さんのこと？ミネバラオザル様。父親同様にガンダムと関わる因縁を背負った。今は1歳にも満たない乳児だけど、ソロモンからはもう脱出してるはず。
敵にだって家族がいる。でも戦わなければならないんだ。
ゼナ、ミネバ、無事に逃げおせたか。邪魔だ。
振り回しせっか。
たかが一機のモビルスーツにあのビーザムがやらせるやらせはせんぞ。貴様らごときモビルスーツに自分の栄光をやらせはせん。この俺がいる限りはやらせはせんぞ。
何者なんだ。
何？あの紫色の影は新兵器なの？どうしたの？ウル姉さん。確かに急にビグザムの出力が上がったけど。
人の意志が見える。人の体を通して現れる力。
どうしてそれが可視化されてるの？上位さん
Come
の
on!
何が見えてるの？さくらに
Big thing can somehow just teleport away from
これ
that.
が戦う意志。
Doesn't home in or anything.
それしか人にはそれしか見えないのか。この程度。
落ちるない。踏み潰してくれる。
甘いな。
Oh, you die. Fuck this boss. Why are there so many of these guys? Ridiculous amount of them. None of them are fun. It's just fighting something that never reacts. You're like too stiff to cancel out of stuff. They're hoping they're blowing their load on these shitty hyper armor guys, not just more regular enemies. Piece of shit bots.
勝ったのか。スレッガー注意。やりました。
Stay dead and never come back.
ジオン軍撤退していきます。 の警戒に当たってください。アムロ少尉、小隊長、本当にお疲れ様でした。スレッガー注意の敵取れましたね。
ありがとう。未来さんにも伝えないと。
ユノ姉さん、ブレイクアウトしよう。これでチェンバラ作戦終了だからね。
Yeah, I would have stopped playing doing that solo. I can't stand it. Give them such a nuts amount of health. It's just like boring. When do I get Musha Gundam? Not giving him to me at all. That's what I'm after. Man, you gotta do that boss fight for blueprints? Fuck that, man. No, thank you. It's gonna be another hyper armored boss, isn't it? Had enough of those already.
Bright 艦長、応答してください。こちらユノアスタルト特務総長。ホワイトベースに急がなきゃ。小隊長さん、各駅のスイッチをして。
一旦引け。
聞いたか、ギレン総帥が。
敵のモビルスーツだらけじゃない。そりゃジオン軍の最終防衛ラインだからね。
ユノ、聞こえるか。こちらへの敵の攻撃が激しい。ホワイトベースの直縁に回れ。
ブライト艦長、了解です。アムロ少尉さんのガンダムは。
わからん、反応が消えている。撃墜はないと思うが。連合軍か。
コスミックミラーのモビルスーツ。ユノ姉さん、ホワイトベースへのルートはこの先。あとはもう一つあるみたい。ルートあるの？そういうこと。もう一つはここから反対側の位置。各駅スイッチのロックを外すから、ちょっと各駅スイッチのロック解除。2箇所あるからね。ジンたちの先か戻って向かい側かよね。
あれ、どこだここ。
三日月くん？
ユノ、オルガどこ行ったか知ってる？
ソロモンにいた団長さんはもう火星に戻ったから大丈夫。その機体って新しいガンダムフレーム？
前と同じだよ。なんか修理してもらったらこうなった。
三日月くん用にがっつり回収されたガンダムバルバトスルプスだよ。荒屋敷を含めた三日月くんの感覚にモビルスーツの挙動をより近づけてあるんだよ。三日月くんが自分のスタイルで戦えるようにってことでしょ。そこまでして戦う必要が。
別にいいよ。それでオルガの役に立てるなら。
どうして彼はそこまで団長のことを。小隊長さん、もう一方のルートは電源が落ちてもう塞がってる。このまま進んで。
行くぞバルバトス。みんなのところに帰ろう。
ブレイク反応。モビルアーマーのサブユニット。
一匹一匹プチプチ潰していくしかないか。
ブルーマたち至る所に入り込んでるのね。片っ端からブレイクアウトさせよう。本番前の一暴れだよ。
まあやれるだけやるさ。
ブルーマの全滅確認。各駅のスイッチに電源が入ったよ。小隊長、スイッチ操作を。
よし行こう。
ただこっちのルートは少し遠回りになるかな。しまった、出会い頭にドム。
こいつらなんか動きが違う。
あれ、ただのビッグドムのはずだけど。
知り合い？
いや、そうじゃないけど。もしかしてジオンのエースチーム黒い3連星？記録ではオデッサ作戦の直前で撃破されたはずよ。ブルーマがブレイクイン。バルバトスだけじゃなく鹿島でのデータもバンバン流れてきてる。
どうせなら鳥もここにいれば簡単なんだけど。無駄だってわかんないのかな。
核壁のスイッチアクティブ。奥へ進みましょう。
今だ。撃て撃て。
しまった、伏兵。
どんな奴が出てこようとそれが敵なら潰すだけでしょ。
そういうこと。一気に間を詰めて撃破を。
出てこなければよかったのに。まだ来るのか。しつこいな。
ザット軍、コツニックイランの歴史からブレイクインが散発的に起こってるのね。だいぶ奥まで来たんじゃない？うん、この先の坂を下ればホワイトベースがいるポイントだよ。
敵どこに行った？
今度は出会い頭にザット？
やっぱりそうきたか。
三日月君、気づいてたなら言ってよ。
敵を全部倒すんだろ。分かりやすくて楽だと思うけど。
そうね、邪魔者は潰せば終わりだし。お姉さん、考え方が鉄火団らしくなってきたね。
こいつで決める。
先を急ぎましょう。
終わらせて帰ろう。腹も減る。また変なのが増えた。
ザット軍の次はブルーマン。さくら、ホワイトベースは大丈夫なの？電波妨害が強くてすぐそこの距離でも通信が繋がらないんだよね。
無理はしなくていいよ。俺が全部倒すから。
敵の陸戦隊が出てくるぞ。総員バズーカとライフルで立ち向かう。
リル姉さん、通信回復。ブライト艦長、お待たせしました。
ユノ、遅いぞ。もう持たん。
私たちで何とかします。ガンダムも一緒です。
何？アムロは無事だったのか？
ガンダムです。
あの白い木馬みたいなのを助ければいいわけ？誰あいつ？
ザクトのラウル・クルーゼ。ジェネシスを使って人類滅亡を企み、そんな人が宇宙世紀に。この人がハーミスが言っていた誰の味方でもなく全てのものにとってのって。
もう誰にも止められはしないさ。この宇宙を覆う憎しみの渦はな。
なんかごちゃごちゃ言ってる。
この程度。
邪魔だね。
人を渡してやるよ。やるな。この私がな。この理由がいい。
よその世界に戦乱を広げて何が望みなの？
私のではない。これが人の夢、人の望み、人の業。他者より強く、他者より先を、他者より上へ。競う、妬み、憎んでその身を食い合う。
あんたはどうなの？
私は結果だよ。だから知る。自ら育てた闇に食われて人は滅ぶとな。この程度。そこ。
もういいよ。なんか難しいし。わかるのはここは俺たちの本当の居場所じゃない。そこに着くまで
戦いは非常さ。いついかなる時も。
ブレイクアウトした。すごい迫力と悪意を持ったパイロット。このミッションの何かに引っ張られて無理やりブレイクインしたみたいだね。
帰ろう、みんなのところに。
よかった。こっちのガンダムも元の歴史にブレイクアウトしたみたい。でも本来ここにいるはずのガンダムはいなかった。探さないと。本当にいるべき仮面の男もね。
That away from me. Great. Thanks, game. Thanks for looking out for me. As soon as you start to get invested, it's like, nah, man. Person's probably doing the same thing, though. That Musha Gundam. Looking like no. Looking like no. Wants me to be level 18 now. I don't like wanting to save money, but seems like the best thing to do is just stick with one guy and then just go grind with your busted characters. I'm getting tired of using this one, personally. How far can I take him? Pretty much some cap. How much is that upgrade for this one? I kinda don't like his moveset. Kind of clunky, especially on bosses. Knocks them away too much. What other infighters do I have? Let's try some of these other characters. Get another one up to level 15. I'm getting kind of tired of playing as him, so let's just try them out before upgrading. I like this game has training mode. For all the things that are wrong with this game. The fact that they have a training mode is pretty good, because otherwise you'd have to fight like that first boss. This guy got.
好きに動いてもらって OK。 燃料や弾薬を気にせず演習し放題ってのはこの世界ならではの贅沢ね。
終わるときはメニューのチュートリアル終了。チュートリアル終了。
うわ
それではフリーチュートリアル始めるよ。招待長さん、好きに動いてもらって OK。 燃料や弾薬を気にせず練習し放題ってのはこの世界ならではの贅沢ね。
終わるときはメニューのチュートリアル終了、チュートリアル終了。
さすがだな。逃がか。
Yeah, it runs pretty well, even on the Switch. Seems like it's a lock 30. This game isn't bad, it's just... there's some stuff about it that makes no sense. Also, they make it really hard to play more than one character. This is the perfect game for people that play Tales games, and when we play the main character. You'll feel right at home here, because they make it quite an ordeal to switch characters. I'm like maybe 40-50% through the game, and I can't switch characters easily. Yeah, you're always in here. I figured you deserve it. You can't combo after that. Alright, it's a fucking oven in my house. I'm gonna go get some water. Go get some water and then we'll continue. Yeah, let's try him out. Let's try him out. I'm getting bored just using the same character. I only need a little bit more to uncap him as well. No, it takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of money to uncap characters, so they don't seem to want you to experiment at all. Alright. Let me and go get some water. I'll be right back. We'll continue. Alright. Hydrated. My controller stopped working. No, you pretty much have to grind if you want to use a new character in this game. Very upfront about it. But I've seen other people farther in this than I am, and you basically can just play like a couple endgame levels, and then you can just play whoever you want.
こちらカラバのアムロレイダー。シャア、応答してくれ。アムロか。クワトロとしてで構わんから答えよう。あなたまで来るとはな。カミーユならいいのか。なぜすぐにあの二人を止めなかった。あのフォートの娘
But yeah, at the beginning of the game, you kind of gotta take your character choice seriously because they don't really want you to switch around that much.
クワトロ対カラバの
It
力を
sucks
過
because
小
there's
評価
like
してもらっ
lots
て
of
は
movesets
困
in
る
this
な。
game, but
本体に進行ルートを確保しカミーユ君も探します。小隊長さんもゲリラ戦で監視塔を潰しながら進んでね。今回のブレイク現象、いつもと比べて規模が小さい。そうだね。明確なのはカミーユ君の狙いってだけかな。ディレクトリをまたいで散ってしまった。
like when I get the Musha Gundam, I know I'm gonna have to go back and
今のところ
grind.
無反応だね。でも
So it
この時代の
can be better to like not.
火星のモビルアーマー、その紐づきでブレイク現象が起こる可能性は十分にあるよ。小隊長、
It can be better to not try to get everything right away.
フォーさんとカミーユ君とはどういった関係なんでしょう。
当村さん、連邦のモビルアーマーサイコガンダムのパイロット、ニュータイプ研究所の一つ村雨研究所の被験体。彼らもまた戦場で出会ってしまった。
No, you get everything from the start.
教官
They give you everything right away.
しかし彼女には近くにいる人にまで影響を与える力が備わっている。
カミーユ君はそれに取り込まれてしまうと。
彼はポーを自分の手元に引き寄せられると思っているだろうが。
敵味方だって分かり合えます。大尉、みんなで協力して助ければ。
いや、ポーの意識はもっと強制されて人為的に作られて。
Okay, can we stop talking and give me the next objective, please?
人工的に兵士
It's really annoying about this game.
どうしてどの歴史でも同じことを。お姉さん、
人が己の力で確信し、育てる。
Shut up! God, man.
それには
This is worse than Muso. Shut up! Please give me the next objective. Let me play. Everybody in video games now just never stops talking. I really like that. I actually have that feature in Gunvolt 3, where you can basically turn off all the dialogue. And the dialogue in that game is great. The voice acting is great, but it's also a game where you're designed to play through levels like over and over again. So it's nice that like, yeah, you don't want to hear the same dialogue over and over. You can just turn it off.
さすがだな小隊長。それに
Speaking of which, I might. I don't know if I'll play that tonight, but tomorrow.
私の役目だった。
待ってください。ブレイク反応、何か来ます。
何？
Tomorrow I need to play the Gunvolt DLC.
ガンダム。いや違う。
ここは俺たち2番隊が引き受ける。
ガンダムグシオンリベイクフルシティ、秋広アルトランド君見つけた。はい、彼は鉄火団という民間警備会社の団員です。私たちは何度かお仕事したことあって。
彼が戦っている黒い機体は何だ。
あれはブルーマン、厄介。
データのないモビルスーツ、ティターンズの新型か。知らねえぞ、なんだあいつは。この強烈な波動はまるで。
このモビルスーツミスターだ。これは私たちの宿敵です。小隊長、ブルーマと一緒に片付けて。
これ以上鉄火団の邪魔はさせね
お邪魔虫の親玉も出てきそうだね。いろいろと聞きたいことがあるから出てくるのが都合がいいわ。
なんだと。
またガンダムゼータタイプか。
ハーメス・マーキュリー、やっぱりあなただったのね。
何者なんだ。
本来はあなた方の歴史には存在しないものと思っていただいて結構だが、あなた方のたどる道、その交差点は非常に興味
あなた方だと俺とシャアのことか。
今度はパイロットのデータを集めてるの。
深い。私にはそれを答える権限は与えられていない。
今のあなたはやっぱり管理システム。
レディ・ユノ、悟られてはならない。
そうだったのね。
撃っていいんだよな。
ごめんなさい、秋広君。大丈夫、みんなでこのガンダムを止めて。
さて、お手並み拝見といこうか。ますます腕を上げたな、小隊長君。周りのサポートのおかげもあるだろうがね。
もっと素直に褒められないの、この陰湿赤眼鏡。
おかしなコードネームをつけるのは勘弁願いたいものだろう。
結構的確なあだ名だとは思うけどね。ミリオンステーブルで会った時の呼んだ。
宇宙世紀の歴史に入り込んだポストディザスターのガンダムフレーム。
俺たちは勝ち続けなきゃいけねえんだ。まだ俺は負けられねえ。
決して知らない鉄の花、鉄火だ。その結びつきの強さも収集すべきで。
組織を作ろうとしているのか。それにそのガンダムは。
私にはそれを答える権限は与えられていない。
予測できない相手のようだ。そういう相手が一番怖い。くそ。
やるな、小隊長君。それにその機体もなかなかのものだ。
データ更新はちゃんとやってるからね。収集してるのはあなただけじゃないって。
それは管理システムに
AI would fucking do something.
頑張ってくれたまで。
まだまだ組織が出来上がっていないということだ。
組織という概念はないのだよ、太陽。それよりも作らねばならんものがある。
この男なんだ。さっきからどうにも現実感を感じない。
我々は本来交わることのない関係。お互い邪魔をし合うべきでは。
どっちが邪魔してんだよ。
このメンツ相手では厳しいか。だが必要なデータは取れた。近いうちにまた会うことになるだろう。
あとはフクシオンさえブレイクアウトできれば修正完了ね。そういうわけで秋広君お疲れ様。次はモビルアーマーとの戦いだよ。
鉄火団の晴れ舞台だ。無様な真似は見せらんねえ。
ガンダムグシオンリベイクフルシティブレイクアウト成功。じゃあ私たちも。
待て、彼らは一体何者だ。ユノ、君たちは知っているのだな。
僕にも聞かせてもらいたい。そもそも 本当に君たちはカラバの人間か？
Shut up! Let me leave the level, please! God, man.
私たちもブレイク
This takes like a full minute to leave. Like, shut up!
助かったよ。
I can't imagine farming in this game. They don't shut the fuck up. Like, they just keep talking and talking and talking. And you can't skip it or turn it off. It's like, dude, I get it. I've heard it. It's like when you beat an old school Muso and you just kill all the officers at once and they talk for like 2 minutes. It's like that every level in this game. They just keep talking and talking. Maybe there is a way to turn that off. So I'm sure as hell gonna do that. I'm getting annoyed with it. Skip story text. No. Just make them stop talking.
宇宙世紀 WO8 敵になるのはやめて私に優しくしてよ。
神、早くゼータに乗れ。
クワトロ隊員父さんの様子が。
薬物と催眠、そしてサイコミューからの強制。まともな精神状態ではあるまい。
それが強化人間。じゃあ彼女はもう。ゆる姉さん、神井優君は戻ってきてる。あとは彼次第だよ。さくら、目的地はこの先のシャトル発射場。キターンズの幹部が脱出しようとしてる。
空に逃げる。ジャミトか。
ジャミトフハイマン大将を守るためにサイコガンダムが出てきてるんです。小隊長、奥のシャトル発射場に急いで。
Oh no, not another one! God damn it! It looked like a normal boss. Can we stop having these big fuckers, please? They suck the fun out of the game. It's just like every 2 levels there's one of these. It's constant. Shrink down so I can fucking fight. I hate these fights, there's so many of them. Just give me a normal boss, please. I have to go try to find a party because those fights suck with the AI. They're so stupid, they don't help you. They just stand there and get killed. At least give them a stun bar or something. Like, nope, just a wall of hyper armor. And then like 8 billion health on top of that, just to make it more not fun. Every time I want to try to use the combo system, it's just nope, we're just gonna give you another hyper armored fucker. There aren't enough of those other games. Now I'm not going to be able to get a party. There's not going to be anyone doing this. Come on! Like, at least one person. Like, the worst player is better than the AI. They don't help at all. It just makes it take longer. Thank you. Just get through these shitty gimmick boss fights. Okay, good. Somebody leaves. Of course! Why would you stay? Why would you stay? Just get this shit out of the way. I actually have fun fighting the other enemies, even though they're in armor too. At least there's some strategy to it. These boss fights are poop. I hate
カミーユ
them.
は私のことを知った。なら敵になるのはやめて私に優しくしてよ。
Just once, I wish gimmick bosses would have like maybe like 60 to 90 seconds of health and no more. That would make it tolerable, but it's always like they're not fun to fight because most of the game mechanics are taken away from you. But then they also give them a billion health, which just makes you like question why you're still playing.
ジャミトフハイマン大将を守るためにサイコガンダムが出てきてるんです。
Kind of like that. Assault Spy has one gimmick boss fight, but even that one you can stagger, so you can't really call it a gimmick boss fight. It kind of is, but like the game mechanics still function.
もうダメだ。そう戦っちゃいけない。君は
私は記憶が欲しいの。自分のことをもっと知りたい。これがサイコガンダム。フォーさんは？
そうサイコガンダムを降りるんだ。
お前たちを倒せば私はもう苦しまないで済む。
そう
早く落ちて。
カニーユ離れとろ。ダインやめてください。攻撃はしないで。どうするというんだ。僕が説得します。
もっとバラバラになってしまえばいいんだ。早く落ちて。
目を覚ませ。おう俺だ。カミーユだってわからないのか。カミーユ自分のやっていることが分かっているのか。まずいな。ユノサイコガンダムを頼む。制空権は我々で確保する。
了解です。小隊長。
The problem is that these boss fights don't let you play the game. You can't play the game.
もうこんなマシンに乗るこ
They
とは
just
ない
walk
んだ。
through everything. It's garbage. They have so much fucking health. It's just boring. Like, I hate fighting them. It sucks.
逃がさないよ。
They just shove them down your throat every two levels. There's one of these. Like, why are there so many?
早く落ちて。
It's just boring fighting a wall in a game like this. 'Cause the mechanics aren't deep enough to make it fun. not like DMC where it's like, okay, you can't stagger them, but there's still stuff that you can do to them. The problem with this is like most of it's taken away. They make you do fights like this all the time, and it just gets boring. You just want to fight a normal boss, where you can actually do something besides this. Same problem as Tales of Arise. I'm just obsessed with bosses that don't let you play the game.
それは可能なの？さくら。歴史は変えちゃダメなんだよ、今姉さん。
Can't hit this big fucking wall of hyper armor. That's too hard for my character.
逃がさないよ。
Yeah, it's driving you crazy too. It's driving me crazy. Because you don't react to any attacks. Shit's driving me crazy too. I don't blame you. You're stuck fighting something that does not react and it kills you in like 2 hits. Great fun. And they give it a lot of health on top of that just to make it worse. Fights are terrible. I hate them. Stop with this. It's like my games just don't want you to have fun with boss fights. I'm just gonna give you shit like this all the time. It's not fun the first time you do it, they make you do it like 20 times. It's fun actually dodging the attacks and waiting for punish with the regular bosses.
戦士は生きている限り戦わねばならんのだ。
Oh wait, that guy's dead. What? Oh, come on, man. I don't want to do this again. Fuck this shit. Please get up. Ah. God damn it, man. I hate this shit. Why do they have like 8 billion health? They're so boring to fight. Can't do anything to them. Then it changes the fucking mission because I didn't fucking tell it to do that. Can you stop doing that? I get a fucking party and then someone else joins and ruins it. It's so fucking annoying. Go away. I'm so sick of those boss fights. There's so many of them. Anything that's not the normal gameplay and stuff like this sucks balls. You just shove it down your throat constantly. I'm like, no, get me back to the regular bosses. Actually play the fucking game. It's so irritating. It just won't die. Hate this shit. Tempted to just one-shot past these. I can't stand it. It makes me not want to play the game. It's just constant spam of these big fuckers that you can't do anything to. You don't even have a large moveset. Like, what are they wanting me to interact with? Oh, of course, just leave. Get this garbage-ass shit done. Back to the normal game. So annoying. I fought like 4 of these things today. Like, why are there just constant amounts of them? So stressful and not fun. Skip the cutscene, please. Just gonna die in 2 hits anyway and have to do this shit again. Gundam Breaker 2, these kinds of fights suck balls too. There weren't so many of them. At least it was like every couple hours, maybe. Somewhat tolerable. It's not that the fact that they're in an anime doesn't matter. They should have mechanics that make them somewhat interesting to fight. What's the point of using a melee character if they're just gonna keep spamming shit bosses like this? You can't cancel out of things fast enough, they'll like two-shot you. Feels like melee is trash in this game because of these fucking bosses. I can't get over the fact that they just have them in the game. Every time I try to hit it, I can't cancel in time because the character is too slow to do it. It's trash. Shit boss fight again. Anti-fun. I don't know, sometimes it goes down and sometimes it doesn't. But that doesn't even matter because some of them don't even have that mechanic. They take that away from you too. Great, just move your body slightly and half my health is gone. Great design. I'm having so much fun right now. So he gets stunned and then just gets up and moves slightly. Trash. Just die. Yes, stay away. Why do we have to fight this thing? Zero fun to play melee characters in this, because every time you just spam these shit bosses, you can't fight them. They teleport across the map, and somehow that takes off like half your health. So boring. The regular boss would have been dead by now. I've actually been having fun. Come on. Any reason for bosses like this to have this much health? There's no reason for it at all. Just to make the game suck. I just want to leave. I just want to get carried through this. I'm not enjoying the game anymore. This sucks. What am I supposed to do as melee? It's such a grind to make another character to, like, do these shit boss fights. That's the other problem. I have to go grind just to get past this. Heaven forbid you want to play melee in a game where your gun attacks have like a fuck ton of cooldown. No, you can't do that. Because we put these bosses in to just make it so you stop having fun playing. It's trash. I'll totally just use cheat engine to get past these bosses. Fuck this shit. Preventing me from having fun. No, just leave. Just go away. Get to a smaller robot so I can actually play the fucking game. Been like 4 of these streams and I'm sick of it. Gimmick bosses are shit every fucking game. They're so enamored with putting bosses like this in. Just leave, just wipe. It's not gonna clear it. I'm gonna have to go find another party, do this again so I can progress the story. Fight the actual fun bosses where there's an actual combo system. Just shit like this, just fighting a ball. Like some unspoken law, you have to put shit boss fights like this in every game. Always the worst part. They give you combos and then you can't do them anymore. Thing you learned is pointless. This is fucking trash, man. I hate this. I can't ever get close to it because it like moves its arms slightly and I get knocked away and it takes off like half my health. Fuck this shit. Giant bosses were shit in that game too, for the exact same reason.
システムからの強制か。ダメだ、それに乗っちゃう。それは悪魔のマシンだ。
さくら、彼女を下ろすことはできないの？無理だよ。父さんは自分の意志であれに乗ってるんだから。そうか、そう人形。
Look at how much health it has.
しかないの？
そんなこと。
It could be like maybe somewhat fun if it didn't have like 30 billion health.
それではアムロレイの二の舞になる。
Please, just do it yourself. I can't fucking fight it. I move close to it and it like vibrates its body and I'm dead. Fuck these boss fights, seriously. Level designer's probably jacking himself off with this. This is great fun. Just a wall with a billion HP. It's fucking garbage, man. Hate this shit. Stop spamming these garbage fucking bosses. How am I gonna get past this shit? It's making me not want to play. I'm getting really annoyed. And then you fucking come in and change the fucking map. Because for some reason that makes sense too. Somebody joins in and they can't do it. And it just takes the power to change the map away from you. So that makes perfect sense. It's already not annoying enough. Fighting these piece of shit bosses. No. Somebody joins and they can't do it. You can't just tell them, no, you can't join. They join and they fuck up the whole room. There's not, no. Especially if you're playing Melee, it's just garbage. See, that fucking happens every time. Go away. Can I, like, make it so that they can't join? obnoxious. I just want to be done with this. The game just stops being fun as soon as one of these fuckers is on the screen. And if you play solo, the AI is fucking dumb. They don't do anything. They don't do damage. They don't take aggro. They just stand there. It's like they didn't even take that into account when they make so many bosses like this. It's really starting to trigger me. I want to keep playing this game and unlock the characters I actually like, but battle designer's just jerking himself off. I made like 30 of these bosses. I'm like, good, now remove them. They suck. Now nobody will join, and if I do it with the AI, I'm never gonna finish, because they're dumb as dirt, and it takes like fucking 20 minutes to kill them. Because they give them like 8,000 digits of HP. So that's how you make something hard. Take the game mechanics away from you, and then give them like 12 digits of health. I'm probably gonna stop playing this game for tonight. I'm getting really annoyed. Just having fun until I got 4 of these fucking excrement bosses. Just 4 of them in a row. I like never get to play the game normally. It's always these gimmick bosses. Constant. Like, give me a break from this sometimes. Normal gameplay. At least Tales of Arise bosses, you can burst them down. They were trash too, don't get me wrong. It's just in that game you had like way more damage that you could do, so all the boss fights were still shit in that game. At least they didn't have boatloads of health, which made it somewhat work. The problem with this is they have this fucking ton of health. It's not fun just fighting HP sponges when you can't make any mistakes at all. Fights like this, the only thing that makes them work is if you can kill them as fast as they can kill you. Then it's like actually feels like some semblance of a challenge, and not just beating up a wall that has like 5,000 times more health than you do. And if it vibrates its body even slightly, you're dead. And then you have to go beat on them again for like 10-15 minutes. That shit is garbage. It was like Tales of Arise, where it's like, yeah, the boss fights are trash, you can't combo them, but you have like a lot of burst damage in that game, which actually made it somewhat work. Still a lot of problems with the bosses in that game, mostly just your character doesn't feel good to control, you can't cancel out of anything. But when you down them, you take off like half their health. Like a gameplay loop is very similar to this, but the damage output in that game is like way higher. So As frustrating as it can be, it didn't take anywhere near as long as this. This is the worst of both worlds. You get the hyper armor, but then they're also HP sponges, so... I feel like you gotta have one or the other, not both. Like, okay, they don't react to any attacks, but they have, like, very little health. So it's like a short fight, and it can actually be fun to retry. But then when you give them boatloads of health on top of that, it's just not fun. I'll wait for somebody else to join, because otherwise I'm gonna get the aggro and die. And I'm like a sitting duck here, because I can't fight it. I think East does these kinds of fights way better than anything in this game. You know, East is not a combo game. I don't want to sound like I want to just combo the bosses to death. That's not it, no. Hyper Armor can work just fine. The game just needs to be designed around it. And not make you feel like every time you fight one of these bosses, most of the mechanics just don't exist anymore. That's what I like about East bosses. It's not a combo game at all, but you have, like, the parries and the stuns and stuff, and it's still fun. They're still fun to fight. You don't really feel limited at all just because they can't juggle them. I always hate the argument whenever you bring up that, like, bosses like these suck in, like, most games. People always bring up, like, oh, you just want to combo the boss to death. I'm like, no, that's not it. I want it to feel like it's challenging, but not in an artificial way. When it's artificial, it's like most of your moves don't work, they're not safe, or you don't have a way to stun them, or they just have too much health, so it feels repetitive. Those are the problems, not the fact that they don't stagger. There's a very distinct difference. Alright, hopefully this time. Otherwise I'm just gonna put it on easy mode. I don't see any reason to bang my head against the wall with this. It's triggering me. It's everything I hate about action game bosses. People say that about Tails bosses as well. There was a lot of discourse about that when Rise came out. People have this weird agenda where it's like, just because you can combo a boss, they're not challenging. Like, dude, it takes skill to do that. It takes skill. It's not just pushing one button. It's pretty funny when Tales of Arise came out. And then people started complaining about the armor. I'm like, yeah, we told you, it sucks. We told you it sucks. And it's not good. It's not fun. We told you that. And he didn't fucking listen. We told you. We, like, banged people's heads on the wall, like, telling them, like, it's not fun. And people look at combo videos of games like that and they think it's just easy to do that. It's like, it's not easy. It takes skill to do it. And there aren't even really infinite combos in Tales games for the most part. There are some exceptions, but there's like a limit. The game has a cap on how much you can combo Well, the first Celia game just had the problem of they thought that making the bosses tech out of combos would make the game harder. It made it easier. Because you didn't even need to learn a combo anymore. You could just punch them a couple times and then backstep, and then you end up behind them when they do their punish attack, and then you do it again, which is less interesting than doing the combo. Because the combo takes skill and execution. It took no execution to just do like 1 or 2 moves with Jude and then backstep. Just bait their tech and then do it again. Like, it was the opposite. It made it less fun. And it made the game easier because you couldn't really combo anything. Which isn't inherently a bad thing, but the way that they tried to mix it was worse. It took less skill. You can watch like solos in the first evening games. It's always the same thing. Hit them 7 to 10 times and then backdash. And you do that for every boss in the game because the game doesn't really allow you to have any kind of discretion. But ironically, it doesn't make the game harder. It's just you have to play the game the way it wants you to. You have like no freedom in that game at all. At least in the second one, you have the weakness system, which adds some strategy to the combo. But you get Power Charge 3, and it's a lot easier to do that. They did fix it in a way in the second game. It's like at least this laundry list of moves you have and combos and shit you do actually mean something. The worst Tails battle systems are pretty much the ones where you can do fun stuff to regular enemies and then like literally none of that applies to the bosses. That's the rule of thumb with Tails battle systems in my opinion. The good ones are like the shit you learn on bosses actually have some relevance. Shit you learn on regular enemies have relevance on bosses. Great hitbox. It's awesome. I'm having so much fun right now. Just fighting a wall with 30 billion health. Ah! Just die! Please! Just die! Boss fight sucks. Just die already, please! Ah! It's making me hate this game. Why do they have so much health? Just picturing the combat designer just jacking himself off, watching streams like this. I can cut his lotion out, just jacking himself off. 3-man team can't beat this boss because you just can't hit it. Incredible boss design. Fredo from DMC4 has nothing on this game. This is so much fun. Look at this. Doing literal pixels of damage. This game is incredible. It is fun when you can fight something that staggers. And you have that whole cat and mouse game and there's the parries and the just dodges and stuff. It works well. But then they take all of that. All of that is gone fighting these fuckers. Just wipe. I just want to rage quit. I'm getting sick of this game. These fights are just brick walls. It's boring. Can't the president of Japan ban hyper armor boss fights? Make yourself useful. Like, video games are a pretty big part of their country's income, right? Like, just pass a law. No bosses like this in any game ever. You get like $1 billion fight. I think the world would be a better place. This shit is just trash. The fuck were they thinking? Look at how much damage they're doing. Like pixels. They give you a half an hour time limit. It probably takes like 10, 20 minutes.
私の記憶を奪う奴らみんな壊れてしまえ
No, please just go away. Stop fighting. Yes, leave.
もう諦めろ。戦うんだ。
Boss fight is
迷い
trash.
は自
Go
分を
away.
殺すことになる。ここは戦場だぞ。
Lock her in the shadow realm.
僕は人間です。
戦いの中で人を救う方法もあるはずだ。
あるわけないだろ。
And stuck on this boss for like an hour.
よっぽど理想論だ。
Next universe ならそれは可能なのさくら
Where's Yugi when you need him? Just put this chick in the shadow realm. Fuck this boss fight.
やらせはしないみんな燃えちゃえばいいんだ
This game sucks. It's fun in small doses, but then... Ah, just wipe. Come on. Ah.
まだなのか。
Boss just makes me want to gouge my eyes out. Stop the game. I'm sick of this shit.
やらせはしない
Do one hit and then like anywhere near it, it vibrates. It has like 50 billion health. Shit is garbage. It's impossible. I hate it. How do I change the difficulty? Give me super easy mode. Get past this garbage. Does this even fucking help? He's probably still gonna have 3 trillion health. Combat designer is getting orgasm over this
気に
shit.
なるのはやめて
It has to
私に
be.
優しくしてよ
神、早くゼータに
Probably the same for the Tales of Rise combat designer.
薬物と
Watching veterans like me just get frustrated in those boss fights.
まともな精神状態ではあるまい。
We probably didn't have to watch porn for like 2 months.
じゃあ彼女はもうゆる姉さん神
Got all the
が戻って
arousal
きて
mini needs, just making you do shit like
目的
this.
地はこの先のシャトル発射場ティターンズの幹部が脱出しようとしてる
Let's see if it has any less health at all.
ジャミトか。
Otherwise,
ジャ
I'm
ミト
done
ク
with
ハイ
this
マン
game
大
for
将を守
tonight. Fuck this shit. I'm not against getting carried past this. It's not fun.
私は記憶が欲しいの自分のことをもっと知りたいこれがサイコガンダムそうだわ
そう。サイコガンダムを降りるんだ。
お前たちを倒せば私はもう苦しまないで済むよ
Just kill them and end the game. End my suffering. Shit is bad. This fucking game. You're like, she keeps saying stop fighting. I'm like, yeah, leave. Rage quit. Alt F4. Pull your Ethernet cable out so I can go back to Xbox.
消えてしまえ
使わせてもらう。神、離れてろ。はい、やめてください。攻撃はしないで。どうしろと言うんだ。僕が説得します。
He's already dead. He's already dead.
あっちに行くお前なんか
He sucks. This is such shit. AI does not help at all. They don't do any damage. Just liabilities. Fuck this, man. Combat designer, I hope you had a good orgasm on the stream. I hope your dick is satisfied. Your boss fights are trash. I'm asking in the Discord right now if I don't get any help. If I don't get any help, I'm done playing this for tonight. I just feel like I'm just banging my head against the wall. And I'm not enjoying it. And I'm not having fun anymore. Just why gimmick boss fights like this suck. You're not engaging with the game in a normal way. There's probably like 50 more bosses like this. I'd be more open to grinding if there weren't going to be like 800 more shit bosses like this. It's making me want to just not play this anymore. Gimmick boss fights are shit, but they just freaking jerking themselves off over how many they can make. None of them are even remotely fun or engaging. It's just stressful and annoying. You don't even have that many moves, that's the thing, like... You have such a small moveset, and they give them like 30 trillion health. Shouldn't be more than like 2 minutes tops for a fight like that. Then it would actually be somewhat fun. It's like either you're aggressive or it takes 20 minutes. And if the boss like vibrates slightly, you're dead, and you have to fucking do it again. And the AI doesn't fucking help at all, they just stand there and die. It's just a shit gameplay loop. You can't have both. You can't have hyper armor and then HP sponge. Even Tales of Arise, that battle system, those boss fights suck too. That game has burst damage though, that's the difference. They suck and they're not fun, and you can't do anything to them, but at least you could down them and you could get like big damage windows in. It doesn't feel like you have that part of the gameplay loop in this at all. It's just, no. You're stuck hitting a wall and doing pixels of damage, which is not fun in anything. It's like none of these people like ever play like Ys or anything. Ys has nothing but these kinds of boss fights. But it works there. That's the difference. It's actually balanced properly, and the mechanics don't stop working randomly. Huge difference. Yeah, I'm not above getting carried past this. It's making me regret my purchase. I didn't know they were this bad. I hate when they put shit like this like halfway through the game and you can't refund it. I'm stuck with the game. And now I'm like not having fun anymore. You know what? I'll look something up. I just don't get how this is a problem in like like every game now. You think maybe somebody would realize that people hate this shit. Like, nope, we're just gonna keep doing it. It's like they have friggin' Gohan Blanco amounts of health. I just want to find a room and just be done with this shit. Fucking trash boss fight. I want to get to the part where I can grind, but they're gonna make me do more garbage like this all the time. I'm this close to just cheating. I really am. Like, I'm not having fun anymore. I'm clearly not. Just gonna put it on easy and hope someone joins. Just get past this shit. Hope that they don't give me another one of these fuckers for the next, like, 6 hours of playing. Because every time this happens, I actively hate the game. Now no one wants to join, of course. It's like nobody wants to do this. I don't blame them, it sucks. Wish it was not forced. Just optional bosses, I would just never even bother. And no one wants to join, no one wants to carry. Just want to get back to the fun part of the game. I can't even unlock the characters I want to use from G Gundam because they're at the end. They're gonna gatekeep me with these bunk-ass boss fights. Let's go for another one. You're not anywhere near strong enough to do this. It's gonna be another wipe, the 15th wipe on this shit boss. Why can't somebody like level 90 just come in and get me past this shit? So I can play the game I paid for and not be pissed off. It takes so fucking long to kill it. It's so much health. I don't even want to start the map because it's just gonna be another 10 minutes wasted. I hate these boss fights. Hate when games just gatekeep your fun. And they wait until halfway through to do it, so you feel like you wasted your time and money. Fuck your gimmick boss fights. Remove them. Nobody wants to help. Why can't anyone just carry me past this garbage boss fight? There's no one playing. This is so frustrating. There's no rooms to join, there's no one joining. And the boss is impossible, it doesn't die. Just give me a fucking party already. There's not even any moves in this game. Like, what fun is it just fighting an HP sponge? You don't give me any moves to deal with it. There's no mechanics or anything. It's just slash at them twice and then wait. And do pixels of damage. Come on! Maybe if the bots weren't fucking, like, fucking amoebas in terms of intelligence, maybe this would be somewhat enjoyable. But no, they just die instantly. They never take aggro, they do no damage. They serve no purpose. Fuck this game, I'm done. I wanted to progress, but nobody will fucking help me. Anytime I get a party, there's never anyone that can do it. I'm really tempted to just cheat past it, as I paid for the fucking game, and now I'm stuck with the coaster. I'm gonna look and see if there's a trainer. I don't feel like banging my head against the wall against that. I'm not having fun. Cat just died literally yesterday. I'm not in the mood to deal with this shit right now. I'm looking to see if there's anything. Shit is garbage. I don't really think this game is worth playing without cheating. I really don't think it is. There's no depth. At least on those bosses, there's zero depth. It's just grind. It's like, I kind of want to play the game as intended, but I'm not having fun anymore. That's the problem. The game is an active chore to play, and I know there's going to be more of them too. Alright. It's not just me sucking at the game. There's a lot of people saying the same thing. That always helps when I get pissed off like that. It just shouldn't be that way, though. It should be fun the whole way through. Not just have intermittent fun and then just a bunch of shit fights like that just make you wonder why you're still playing. Why you haven't, like, traded the game into GameStop or uninstalled it or refunded. That's where I'm at right now, but I'm well past the point of being able to refund, even if I did buy it on Steam. So, I'm feeling trapped right now. It is fun in small doses, but the boss design is just trash. I'm not sure what to do. You think I should just cheat past it? Yeah, I'm like halfway through the game. There's probably going to be a lot more of those bosses. I'm thinking about it. I'm all for a challenge. I don't want to sound like I just want the game to be easy. No, that's not it. I want the challenge to be fun and not artificial. And when you give something so much health and then your AI has the intelligence of a goldfish, then it's just not fun. That's the problem. I feel like Monster Hunter does this kind of thing way better. You know, you can't combo things in those games, but they have like a reasonable amount of health. As long as you're like learning the times to attack and you have your combos down, and you've at least somewhat put some time into your character, they don't take that long. And they're way more engaging than the fights in this game. I feel like I don't even like Monster Hunter that much, to be honest, but I think the worst fights in that are way better than anything in this game. It's kind of the problem. The Monster Hunter gameplay loop is way better because you're always interacting with them. You know, even the final boss in that game, he does get stunned sometimes. That's still a gimmick boss fight, but I would rather do that than this. Yeah, I found something that does high damage. I'm just gonna do that. I'm not feeling it. I don't care. It doesn't help that this game has a lot of copyrighted anime music from the series, so anything I make for this is gonna get claimed anyway. I have no reason not to do it, so sorry if you think this removes my gamer card. Guess what? I don't care. I paid like $40 for this. I so don't care right now. Over it. Alright, let's see if this works. No, you do it. You fight the shit boss. Make yourself useful.
私は記憶が欲しいの。自分のことをもっと知りたい。これがサイコガンダム。そうだよ。
そうサイコガンダムを降りるんだ。
お前たちを倒せば私はもう苦しまないで済む。
そう
早く落ちて。ひとめ。この
How much damage I'm doing. Pixels. That's right, I can't pause the game either. Can't pause the game for some reason. We progressed from games that came out in like 1984. Can't pause. That's single player. Yeah, you can't pilot and leave. Leave. Go away. Get into a mech that staggers. Doesn't have HP health. This is so boring. With God mode, this fight isn't any better. I know.
迷いは自分を殺すことになる。ここは戦場だぞ。
だけど僕は人間です。
戦いの中で人を救う方法もあるはずだ。
あるわけないだろう。クワトロ隊員の言うことの方がよっぽど理想なんだ。
この地ユニバースにはそれは可能なの？さくら、歴史は変えちゃダメなんだよ、黒姉さん。
I don't know, my take on using cheats is I generally don't like to do it. Unless I've like completely beaten a game, I've done like everything in it. But I also realized I have like literally closer to 20 years of me doing crazy shit in games. No cheats. This game is okay, it's average. Stuff like this definitely knocks it down like 8 points. And the thing with this game is there's the copyright claim issue. I make literally anything for this that somehow performs well. I won't see a cent from it, so I don't feel like this game is worth that kind of effort. You know, a Muso game or an indie game or something, I totally would just bang my head against the wall like I'm accustomed to doing with games. I'll just keep doing it until I'll keep doing it until I beat it. But I'm not having fun, and the older I get, the more important that is. I just don't care. I put up raw gameplay of this. What was it like last night? It got copyright claimed like instantly. So that really makes me not care. Anything I make for this game is just for you guys, the community. It's not to grow my channel or make income or anything. I'll give an honest opinion on this. It's okay. But boss fights like this are just trash. And the progression systems don't do fights like this any favors either, because game makes it really hard to switch to another character. It's not like other games that have a lot of playable characters like Orochi or something, where you can switch between them really fast. You can't do that in this game. So if you get to a part like this, where it's an obvious stat check and difficulty spike, you kind of have to just go back and grind, which is just, it's not fun. It would be fun if the boss itself was fun, but I have like Bayonetta 3 coming out, Star Ocean 6 in October. There'll be much better games than this. I might actually get some more examples. Off this game, it's just not gonna happen. I don't care. Well past the point of caring. The care cup is empty. As soon as I saw that copyright strike, not strike, but claim for that video I put up this last night with no mic commentary. Yeah, that makes me not care. Anime games like this are a real risk. Because you get claimed for like 2 seconds of music and then, well... The record company's gonna see the money and you're not gonna see anything. Even if the video only makes like There are games that pull off these fights amazingly well. There are. It's just... they're a very large minority. There are games that do these kinds of fights well. But this is not one of them. It's not. If you want to fight big walls of armor, I recommend playing like any of the East games that have come out in like the last decade. They do this kind of thing so much better. I actually have not finished East 9. Like, speaking of East, like that game does a much better job of this stuff. I definitely have played more games that screw it up than games that actually pull it off. Alright, let's turn off the cheats. I'm only gonna use it for those bosses. This game is just not, it ain't worth it, man. It's like one of those social relationships where you put in so much time and effort, and then you realize the other person's not worth it. Friend or, girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife. That's how this game feels like to me. I'm not getting back what I put into it. And like I said, for content creation, this game is kind of like not great anyway, because copyright stuff getting copyright matched makes it really hard for me to justify putting a lot of effort into this. I've definitely played games where I get copyright claimed like instantly. And I'm like, all right, I'll make stuff for this for fun, but I'm not gonna go all out. I'm not gonna make like some meticulously edited thing that I spend like hours on. I'm not gonna do that because it's gonna get claimed, and I either have to mute the music completely or put something else on, which has a high chance of having the same outcome. It's like legit the definition of insanity doing stuff like that. Sometimes games like anime games, they're not worth trying to grow your channel. Just play them if you like them. Play them if you like them, but don't go into it expecting to get your investment back. I don't even care about that because this was donated to me. It's like, you know, the Kamen Rider games are nice enough. The way it works in those games is they just have like generic epic battle music you would hear in like a Marvel movie or something. But if you pay for the premium sound, it actually has music from the show's movies and stuff. So, even though that's very similar to this, you know, it's basically live action anime. Creating content for those games is like way better because all you have to do is just not buy the premium sound edition, which is like ridiculously overpriced anyway. It's like fucking $100. All you have to do is just like not buy that, and the game is completely fine. Something like this, pretty much every level has some kind of copyrighted music. So. I know Spider-Man Miles Morales has that problem too. They have a lot of licensed music in that game. A lot of the games, I know Cyberpunk does this. Cyberpunk, that's like one of the few things, the good things that game did, is it has the streamer mode. So if you're a content creator like me, what it does is it takes the, put the streamer mode on, and it takes all the licensed music away, so you won't get a DMCA or anything. But anime games like this, generally, you're not that lucky. Just like now, we're gonna play this and you have no say on it at all. So if your video somehow miraculously goes viral, you see a cent of it. So that's not making me care about. It's making me not care about playing this legit. Yeah, there's another Star Ocean coming out in October, the end of the month. Like 2 months from now, pretty much. It looks surprisingly competent. I could be wrong. Might have jank like this game, but who knows? Tails isn't really in a good spot right now, and Tails has always been a competitor. That's a pretty low bar. It's a pretty low bar. I would hope it's better than that, but who knows. I didn't play Star Ocean 5 myself, but I watched friends play it. It definitely was as bad as they say. Actually, the bosses were kind of similar to this. Hyper armor and like way too much health. So you just stand back and shoot them. Star Ocean pretty much just has 2 and 3. Kind of like peaked at 3 and then they just kept putting out progressively worse games. Didn't help that at the time Tails was putting out really good games too, and they just they paled in comparison.
やっぱりシャアーズナブル大佐アバーは食うから
But now the tables have turned. Tails is in a really shit spot right now. The ball's in their court.
宇宙空間では足なんて
I think they could
って割り切りもあるってこと足は質量
they
以
could
外に指数制御の
finally surpass Tails, which they have not ever really done. But I'll tell you one thing, you're not going to find that out from a game journalist. You're going to find it out from ish specialist channels like mine.
私に出会った不幸を飲んだよ
Randos like me
私も果たす
probably
べきを
dissect
果
the
た
game
す
and
とし
see
よ
if it's
うそうそうやらせはせんよ
マクギリス中将
those aren't really the kinds of games you can trust a journalist opinion on. So we'll see. I will be playing it. I'll probably pre-order it next
思
month.
いのままだろう私から逃げられると思っているのか我々にはもう逃げ場はないんだ戦うことですか
危ないブレイクアウト成功マクギリス准将さんは
君たちの活動は引き続き頼りにしたいと思う
はいマクギリス准将また後ほどこれで地球外縁軌道統制統合艦隊の指令を元の歴史に戻せたのねそれはグッドなんだけどこのミッションキラ君たちがやっぱりいないんだよ果たすべきが果たせない私たちはブレイクアウトするしかないね
どうやら勝ったみてえだな
No, I don't want to defend Star Ocean 4. But that game is very much a byproduct of having to make games in HD, which made them way more expensive. And like, Star Ocean 3 is like the only one that really ever sold that many copies. They were probably working with a shoestring budget, you know, probably as much as they had for 3. That's what happened to DMC 4. Basically, it's been outed that with DMC 4, they had like the budget of 3 to make like a brand new HD game, and they didn't recycle anything. They had to basically make a game from scratch. But they weren't given money to actually do that. That's the problem. They gave them the same money they had as 3 to make 4. That's why 4 is such a disjointed game. Like, the combat is good, but that game has a lot of trash boss fights and bad enemies, and then the whole backtracking thing. Like, all of that is just there because they were given the budget for 3 to make 4. I wouldn't be surprised if Star Ocean 4 was a very similar scenario. It's like they tried to make the best game that they could, but it's not easy to go from standard definition to HD, and then the publisher doesn't want to give you any fucking money to make the game. Then you're just kind of in a rock and a hard place. It's like, you know you can't make the game as good as you want. You're not being given time and money to actually make a good game, but you still have to. Just kind of what DMC4 was. The game is so carried by its combat, but like, now that it's basically confirmed that they had like no budget to make it with, it's a surprise it turned out as good as it did. The thing about Tales of Vesperia is it has like much higher production values, because they were like, Microsoft was like banking on that game to make the Xbox 360 successful in Japan. Which, I mean, it kind of did to a degree. You can find pictures of people waiting in line to get a 360 to play that game. The problem was just that generation of video games was like when JRPGs went on a huge decline, both in quality and quantity. you had a bunch of them come out, but like most of them weren't as good as the PS2 games. You had some new IPs try to come out of the woodwork, but they didn't really get any traction. It's pretty much just Tales, Final Fantasy, and Star Ocean, and that was it. And ironically, Tails was the best at the time. So around the time that Vesperia came out, there was Final Fantasy 13, which got a lot of flack for like not really being a JRPG. It's kind of just like walking in a straight line to the next cutscene and boss fight, which works for a game like this. For a game like this, where like literally the only thing you do is fight, you know, that's fine. I actually welcome that kind of design for an action game, but for a JRPG, it was not what a lot of people wanted. They wanted to explore in big towns and like HD and stuff, but they didn't want to put that much money into it. So you got something that's barely a JRPG. It's not a bad game at all. It's a far cry from stuff you could play on the PS2. So Final Fantasy fans had that problem, and then they had the whole problem of they made like 3 games with the same characters in the same world for the first time. They had never done that before. But like the only reason they did that is because the game and the engine was so expensive to make. They didn't want to start from scratch right away. They wanted to milk it as much as they could. So they kept the story going like past its point, and at least from what I heard. And then they recycled a fuck ton of assets to get 3 games out of 1. So you had that going on, and then Star Ocean 4 was a pretty big decline as well. It still managed to be more of a JRPG than Final Fantasy 13 was, for sure, but it was still a downgrade. So Tails was looking pretty good at the time. They had Vesperia, which was like high production values, good gameplay. The story is not good in that game, but the characters are very, very fun, and they have good personalities and stuff. The weakest part of Vesperia is definitely the story. But compared to the competition at the time, that game was leaps and bounds better than both of those franchises. Final Fantasy 13 had the graphics, but like you could barely consider that to be a JRPG. It's interesting how the tables have turned, and now Tails is in a really bad spot. Now Tails is in a bad spot, and Star Ocean, like, it's hard to tell, but it looks like it might actually have some potential. And they're picking the best time to do it because a lot of people did not like Tales of Arise. Even people who like the game pretty much all agree the story just jumps the shark at the end because of COVID. So if they can pull off having a decent story and gameplay, I think they have a legit chance at being, you know, the new kind of JRPG. We'll see, though. I'll find out firsthand. I'll be buying it. I'm willing to give it a chance. I think the JRPG's variety and selection is even worse than it was last gen. Last gen, there was like barely any JRPGs to play. And now there's even less of them. Tales of Arise could have been even worse than it was, and it would still would have sold well, just because there's nothing else like that to play. Like, the scope of even an average JRPG like that game is well beyond what indie developers do. Unless they have some kind of sick publishing deal or getting funded. It's not like stuff like this, you know, there's games like Assault Spy and other like indie games you can play that are like combat focused that are still pretty good. You know, they're not gonna like top DMC. They're getting to that point. JRPGs pretty much still moved into the big guys.
君のようでありたいと
そんなこと
上に許される君という存在を。
ヒロ君も
That's when it was possible to still make a full-fledged JRPG with like a lower budget.
彼はスーパーコ
But
ー
as soon as we got to the HD consoles, it got like way more expensive to make them.
人間を
Outside of Final Fantasy, they're still dealing with like Tails and sales numbers. Where it's like it makes enough to
それでも
it makes enough to like keep getting sequels and stuff, but like not enough to make the investors
それが
happy.
誰にわかる何がわか
They
る
would rather have them make like something like this, which is clearly low budget,
分かろうともし
has some merit to it. It's definitely poorly designed in some ways, but this can't possibly be possible to make.
まずいよジェネ
Like
シス
just
の方へ
because
行
it's
く
got
の
Gundam on the title.
こっちも
So
急ぎましょうでも間に合うの
ギリギリまで諦めるな間に合わせてみせる
I feel like if they balance this game a little bit more, they polish it, it'd definitely be a game you can play for a while. But it's got a lot of glaring flaws. You should punish me for unlocking a new character. That's one of the worst things you can do in a game like this. You gotta make sure that somebody can like get a new character that they want to play up to the like stats so that they can do like new content. Not have to immediately go back. That's like one of the biggest problems with this game besides the boss fights, the big boss fights. There's no system in place like Rochi where you can just like level up a character to like level 40 or something and then just play as your favorite character. The problem with this game is it has like so many characters from other like,
ジ
series,
ェネシスのエネルギー反応がそうなっ
but
てる
you can't play as them right away. You can't.
目標は
You gotta go
北米大
grind,
陸東岸
which just slows the pace of the
中
game
海
down.
西洋連邦首都ワシントン
まずい時間がないこうなったら
Seems like you gotta be well past the
あとは
halfway
任せ
point
たよ
before you can even think about like
何をするつもりなの核爆発まさか自爆を大丈夫だよヨネさん大ブ連合の
No, this plays worse than Gundam Breaker.
彼女なら絶対アスラン君助けてくれるよ信じるしかないのねキラ君の方はどうなってるのフリーダムプロビデンスガンダムと交戦中来るよ
これが定めさ知りながらも突き進んだ道だろう何を正義とし
No, I haven't played that one. I heard that game was trash.
知らず聞かずその果ての終局だもはや止める術などないそして滅ぶ人は滅ぶべくしてなそんなあなたの理屈それが人だよキラ君違う人はそんなものじゃないは何が違うなぜ違う
Damn it, my aunt is calling. I can't call right now. I can't pause this fucking game.
この程度
Why can't you pause this game? I can't pause it and answer the phone. There's no pause button. Why is there no pause button?
なぜ信じる
それしか知らないあなたが
Damn it, why call me now?
所詮人
Why
は
can't I pause this
己を
game?
知ることしか知らぬ
So annoying. No, you can't pause the game even when you're offline. Fucking stupid. Hold on, I have to mute the mic. So annoying. Why is there no pause button? Yeah, I needed to take that call. Yeah, this game has no pause button. I don't think anybody can defend that. Why the fuck is there no pause button? Like, dude, I've been gaming since the 80s, okay? I've been gaming since the late 80s. You could pause games back in, like, 1987. Why? This game just came out 3 days ago. And you can't fucking pause it. Even when you alt-tab this game, it doesn't pause. Like, how is that not a priority? Add a fucking pause button. Like, this game doesn't even have quick join. It's not like a Souls game or something where like somebody can join your party randomly. No, if you're in single player, you're locked into single player. Nobody can join. But for some reason, you push start and it just brings up a menu like you're playing like Call of Duty or something. But yeah, I needed to take that call. I could not ignore it. And that's not my aunt's fault either. It's the fucking game's fault. It should be able to just push the pause button. But no. Baffling. This game is just amateurish, I think is the word to describe it. Like, I've played indie games with more polish than that. More polish, better boss fights. I think I've had enough of that for tonight. I don't feel like playing that anymore tonight. I probably will see it through to the end, but I don't feel like doing it at an accelerated pace like I normally do, because the whole copyright claim situation with that game is really not ideal. I'd either have to mute the music or dub other music in, which just was probably just going to cause the same problem. So I'm just playing it to play it, see if it gets better. Maybe there's like an interesting grind or something at the end, but the fact that you can't pause a game in 2022, an offline single-player game, is like all that needs to be said. Even ignoring the boss fights. You should be able to fucking pause the game. There's no reason why. And one thing the game has going for it in terms of not being able to pause is that the levels are generally pretty short. Most of them are under 10 minutes, but for some people, that's a long time to go playing a video game without being able to pause. It's baffling. I don't know why the fuck you can't pause it. That's just stupid design. We'll play more of that later. I would not recommend buying that game for $60. Get it when it's like 20, no more than $30. I only paid $35 for it, so I feel like that's a pretty fair price. But like full AAA price for that game, it's just not good enough. Plain and simple, it's not. The polish of the combat design, the bosses, the progression mechanics are not very good. And then shit like not being able to pause, like you kind of expect to have those things in a full-priced game. You know, when it's like a $10, $20 indie game made by like 3 people, you can kind of forgive some of that stuff. But they're expecting like, you know, Last of Us, God of War price for that, and it's nowhere near that good. Like, it doesn't matter what kind of games you like, you can get a better game for $60 than that. I don't mind the repetitive level design. You know me, I prefer that for an action game. It's just for the price that they're asking for it. It's not really that uncalled for to expect more from it. It really does feel like a mobile game. You know, I'm open to playing mobile games now. At least ones with gameplay. Granted, there's very few of those. Most mobile games are still just face roll, swipe your credit card to beat the game. There are some good mobile games out there, and that feels like that game feels like a mid-tier action mobile game. But the problem is it's not. It's $65, and it doesn't have anywhere near that amount of polish to warrant that price. It's a shame. A lot of people are just complaining because they have the chibi models. I'm like, I don't like the chibi models either, but it won't stop me from playing a game. It's the other parts of that game that feel really shitty that is what makes me not be able to play it for more than a few hours at a time. Those are the things they need to fix. I would definitely not buy the DLC for that game. They want like $25 for it, but they don't tell you what's in it, and it seems like it doesn't really add that much. I'm getting really tired of blind season passes. I think those are one of the worst things to happen to gaming. It's like, oh, we want $30 from you up front, and we're not going to tell you anything that's in it at all. And maybe we'll give it to you in like 6 months to a year. It might take a year to finish, and we're not going to tell you anything until like a week before it comes out. I'm getting tired of that shit. Games like that, I generally will just wait until they actually show you what's in it. It bothers me that fighting games do that shit now, too. It's like, dude, it doesn't matter if you don't have the characters ready to show. Just show, like, a concept art of them. I like that, SNK did that with KOF 15. They showed, like, the next 3 characters, but then they showed the character pass after that. And it's, like, obvious they haven't even really started development. They don't really have them running an engine. They couldn't make a trailer with them, but they just showed you concept art. Like, here, hey, here's Shingo and Kim. They're coming. They're nowhere near ready to show, but you're not buying it blindly. Like, that's so much better, in my opinion. That's so much better than just, here, give us $35 for 6 characters and we're not going to tell you what they are. A lot of season passes are really shit value, too. There's some, like, Neo. The Neo games, they're blind season passes too, but they give you a lot. They give you a lot for like $20-$30. If you like the game enough to play it that far, you definitely get your $30 worth. But I have definitely bought some DLC that I've been done with right away, like a couple hours, and I'm like, that was not worth $30. I could legit get a whole brand new game, like a brand new indie game, or like a slightly bigger budget game like the one I was just playing. I can get a whole new game for that price. Like, if your season pass is like $30, it should add like an equivalent amount of value, not just a couple hours. Yeah, I was really impressed with that at EVO. They showed the Samurai Showdown, which admittedly, you know, they probably like took those models from the Samurai Showdown game. That's fine. They showed them to you, and they showed them all to you right away. There's no secrecy. And then they showed you the one after that, and they showed you, like, just concept art. I'm fine with that. That's fine. You know, I like Kim, so if that game gets the fixes it needs, I probably will buy that. I can see myself doing that. And the fact that they've told me months in advance and there's no mystery is really nice. It just sucks when it's blind and then it comes out and it's like just a couple hours of content. I'm like, I could probably just like speed run the game or something at that point and get more entertainment for my money. Yeah, I think fighting games have it the worst right now because they want to hype it up at like big tournaments and stuff. The problem is that they add characters you don't want, and it's like, well, I paid for this and I don't like this character. You either don't like the character themselves, or you don't like their playstyle or how they change them, which is definitely a big problem with Guilty Gear Strive, is they've dumbed the game down a lot. They've taken out a lot of the moves. Some of the moves that even gave the characters their identity in the first place, like Chip having his teleport, he doesn't have that. So it's like, I don't really want to buy a season pass for that game, because they could add a character I like, but they're going to change how they play. And I've, like, wasted my money. I feel like fighting games being more popular is kind of a blessing and a curse in a way, because now the companies, they want to reveal the characters at, like, big events, like, before or after grand finals at EVO or something. Instead of, like, look, here's just pictures of the characters and, like, a somewhat rough estimate of when they'll come out. They don't want to do that anymore. Now it has to be, like, you just watch the grand finals, here's Bridget. So a lot of people like Bridget. A lot of people are glad Bridget's coming back, but there's 5 other characters you know nothing about. Even if you like Bridget, a lot of people are happy Bridget's back, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's just chances are the other 5 characters you might not like. Like, yeah, you might be paying $30 just for Bridget, because you might not like any of those other characters. They're not decent enough to tell you. So, good luck with that. The other thing that sucks is that those games are competitive too. So, I feel like fighting games really kind of basically force you to buy the DLC if you care about being competitive. If you're just playing from home, it's more of a nuisance than anything. But if you're actually trying to be competitive, like at the very least, rank high online, or like like a local tournament level, like weekly casual tournaments with like $50 prize pools. If you're at least at that level of taking the game seriously, you kind of have to buy it to learn how to fight them and stuff. I think fighting games really force you into buying the DLC more than other stuff does. Yeah, I'm getting tired of that business model. I would rather just be told up front. I don't even need to see the character gameplay. Just show me the character. The blind season passes are pretty shitty. The discrepancy between the ones that give you good value and the ones that don't is pretty large still. Streets of Rage 4, I got like dozens of hours out of that DLC. It was $8. It was $8. $8 for that DLC. 3 new characters, a whole new mode. They added an entire moveset for everybody. That's $8. And then the Gundam game I was just playing, it seems like they're adding like maybe 6 more levels and like 5 new characters. That does not, the way that game is right now, with how small the movesets are and stuff, that does not seem worth $25 at all. I'd like to be proven wrong, but what they're showing of it so far, that seems like a shit deal. I would buy that when I'm like really bored and they polish the game and they rebalance it so that those boss fights aren't so bad. And they have stuff like a fucking pause button and stuff, and when it's like $10, yeah, if I don't have anything else to play, I could see myself doing it, but full price, $25 for that? It's half the price of the game. Like, you can get that game for like $48 or $35 on CD keys, which is what I did. So the season pass is like almost half the price of the game. Yeah, I heard about that. That season pass is like $60 and it doesn't add much. It's like costumes and stuff. Let me see what's in that decent season pass. I'm curious. Swimsuit costumes for $60. Yeah. Not feeling it, man. Hey, seriously, make the post-game dungeon DLC? Are you kidding me? The endgame content is DLC? That's crazy. DLC is a blessing and a curse, it really is. There's lots of games like Streets of Rage 4 that give you like... You almost want to pay them more for that game's DLC because it adds a lot. It gives you a lot more replay value for like $8. Like they could have charged like $15, $20 for that DLC easily, but the game itself is only like $30. So that's one of the things a lot of the Japanese publishers do, is the season pass. The game is like dirt cheap, but then there's like $300 of DLC. That drives people away. I feel like the way Streets of Rage 4 does it should be the norm, where it's like cheaper than the game and it actually adds so much that you want to pay more, but you don't. The problem is a lot of times you get a really shit deal. It's like not anywhere near enough content. Like, you're better off just buying something else at that point. You could probably get more value out of, like, buying a completely new game that you've never played before on sale for, like, $30, and then buying some game season passes. It's sad, really. Like, both Dead or Alive 5 and 6 have a fuck ton of DLC. Yeah, but the only stuff that matters is the characters. That makes it a little bit better, I guess. You're still not getting your money's worth. Alright, I think I'll play like one more game tonight, then I might take a break and come back. I'm just trying to figure out what I feel like playing. I don't feel like playing any more of that Gundam game tonight. It's like I was almost at the end of that level, and then I get an important phone call from family, and I have to like quit the game because there's no pause button. Like, how the fuck does that happen? I don't want to see anybody defend that. That's just stupid. That makes no sense at all. The only reason that would make sense is if the game had like drop in, drop out, where like somebody could join your game randomly, like Souls or Neo or something. You know, where you have like an invite system where somebody can come in. Like, that would make sense. But even that game, with all those online features, still has a pause button. The fact that I was like 10 minutes into that level and I had to stop because I got a phone call is just... How does a $60 game have that problem? Dude, there were like Atari games that you could pause back in like 1984. It makes it really hard to forgive that game's faults when you have stuff like that that's like, we solved that problem like 35 years ago. And the boss was there. I'm like, I can't mute the mic, answer the phone, and put my family member on speaker and play the game at the same time. I can't do all that without the ability to pause. It's just not possible. I had to stop playing the game. Sometimes you wonder, like, how does stuff like that happen? There's always, like, you know, things in game development that, like, they want to put in, but they can't because they don't have the time or the money, or the publisher doesn't want it to get put in, which with licensed shit like Gundam and Dragon Ball is, like, it's very common for that kind of thing to happen. You know, they'll want you to, like, push certain characters or, like, series or stuff like that because they're popular right now, or there's, like, new stuff coming out for it. I can get that, but how the fuck do you not have a pause button? That's just inexcusable. It should a deadline for a pause button should... That's no excuse. That's the most flimsy excuse I've ever heard. It's one thing to be like, you know, we wanted to put in like another level, or we wanted to put in this mechanic or this character or something, or we wanted to expand the game in some way, but we didn't have time. Like, a pause button, there's just no excuse for that. I can't imagine playing that game as like a, you know, as I'm a caretaker. Luckily, I did not buy the Switch version of that game. I thought about it. I'm glad I didn't, because my job over there, I have to help my neighbor. You know, she's handicapped. I legit don't know if I could play that game over there. I don't think I could. I don't know if pushing the home button in that game actually pauses it or not. It probably doesn't. But yeah, for my current lifestyle, playing that game on the Switch, I couldn't. I could not do it. It'd be a waste of money. Alright, let's see what I feel like playing. Yeah, it's how far video games have fallen as a medium. You have to wait for an update to be able to pause it. That's how far we've fallen from the fucking 80s. Games that ran on like 1 megahertz processors were still 60 FPS and had a pause button, and now 35 years later, we've got games that run at like 20 FPS. And you can't fucking pause them, or they have some game-breaking bug. It's interesting how, as much as games have gotten better, they've gotten worse. I think that game I was just playing is a good example. There's just stuff wrong with that game. I've played games like 15, 20 years ago that had those things solved. So it makes it really hard to give the game the benefit of a doubt, especially when it's AAA priced. That doesn't help their case either. That game, all intents and purposes, the price I paid for it, which was $35, that feels like what it should be. That should be the base price for it. I got the game at a steep discount because I bought it off another site. But that's what that game feels like. It feels like $30 game, you know. Not like the best thing you ever played. It's not going to have like hundreds of hours of content. It's decent enough, you know, that you can play it for like a week or something and just move on to the next thing. But no, it's like $65 for a game that's lacking that much polish. It's just laughable. Yeah, and that game ran at 60 FPS locked too. You gotta look at that too. There's so many games now that run like trash, and they're buggy and half finished. And when you buy them at full price, you get a worse deal than people who buy it for like $20 a year later. That's how fucked up games are right now. You know, you gotta think about it this way. When cartridge and disc-based games, like pre-patches, if they had a game-breaking bug, like anything that we experience now, when you buy like a AAA game like Cyberpunk and it doesn't fucking work in any capacity, they had to recall the entire game. They had to recall it, and they had to print another complete copy of it. There were no patches. Now, yes, to be fair, games were a lot simpler back then. It was a lot harder for that to happen, but there were instances of it happening. There were numerous instances of that happening, where they basically had to make a whole nother edition of the game to fix the bug. But now it's like, you gotta wait for a patch to fucking pause a game. You gotta wait for a patch to pause it. It's just mind-boggling how far we've fallen. Well, see, they took that shit seriously back then, because it was not an easy feat to fix it. You couldn't patch it and just tell people maybe we'll fix it later. How did they fix that? They just make another cartridge? That's legit what you had to do back then. You had to go to the factory and print out different copies of the game, because you couldn't patch things back then.
Blaze fielding.
Still in shock. I was like almost done with that level and I had to stop because I couldn't pause the game. How does... I can't even fathom that. $60 game! Full priced, you know, you can get Last of Us, Elden Ring, like super high quality games in like any genre you can think of, but this weeb chibi Gundam game is the same price and does not have a pause button. It's just unbelievable. There is no excuse for that. That's not even a matter of... It's not even a matter of, you know, not having time to put something in. It's just straight incompetence. Anyway, I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. I probably will come back tonight, actually. I'm starting to get hungry. I'm thinking I should... We got some snacks here to eat. I think I should munch on something. And, maybe we'll do some more Gundam, or I might like start another game or something, because that game is it's fun in small doses, but there's just so much wrong with it, and it's getting harder and harder to ignore. I probably will see it through to the end, but not without cheats, the way the game is right now. But yeah, I wanna take a little intermission. I don't want to leave the stream on, so I'm gonna turn it off and then probably come back a little bit if I feel like it. See you guys later.